All right. Hello. Good morning, everyone. We are going to take just a moment to make sure we have quorum before we get started. So hang tight for just a minute or two while we give some time for some more GRC members to join us. So hang tight and we'll get started here soon. All right, I think we're good to go. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for being here bright and early on a Monday morning. Today is the 25-27 Treatment Court Grant Program's final GRC meeting. So today, our Grant Review Committee members are going to go over the final applications. Just for the record, although I think you all know this at this point, my name is Adeline Padlina. I'm the Treatment Court Grant Program Coordinator here at the GRC, and I am who is going to be talking at you for a lot of today, and also will be kind of guiding us through this process. So let's go ahead and get started first and foremost by having our GRC members introduce themselves. So I'm going to go just with who I have first on my screen. So Jake, why don't you go ahead and we'll just do a quick reminder of who you are since it's been a little bit since we met last time.
I'm Jake Greer. I'm a Community Corrections Director for Lake County, and I've been part of this Grant Review Committee program for, I would say, 8 to 10 years.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Annie, you're next up. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Annie Borton, and I'm with the Oregon Public Defense Commission, and this is my first year on the committee. And at OPDC, I'm mostly associated with the Juvenile Family Treatment Court and PCRP programs, so the juvenile side of things.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Connie, go ahead.
I'm Connie Absher. I work with Lincoln County Wellness Court, Mental Health and Wellness Court as the mental health provider, and this is my first year doing the grants.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Joe, go ahead.
Joe Garcia, Director of Douglas County Community Corrections, and I've been on the committee since the beginning.
Perfect. Kelsey, go ahead.
My name is Kelsey McDaniel. I'm the elected district attorney for Union County, also representing the Oregon District Attorneys Association. And I have been on this group or working with this group for 2 years now.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Judge Kitson McCadish, please.
Good morning, Judge Kitson McCadish over at Linn County Circuit Court, and I'm the Family Treatment Court judge over here, and it's my first time doing this review. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think that is all our GRC members that I'm seeing that have joined us today, but if I'm missing anyone, first off, I apologize, and second, please speak up. All right, I think that's all of us. Thanks again so much for all of you for being here and for joining us and offering us your expertise, whether it's your first time or your lots of times. We'll go ahead and just go through the agenda real quick, kind of do some bookkeeping per the usual. So we've done our introductions. Then we'll spend a little bit going over our roles, as well as kind of what this recommendation process is going to look like. What the methodologies that staff use to come up with the recommendation we're giving you, and then some suggestions for how you can recommend additional funding recommendations to the commission. And then we'll jump right in. So I think all of you know this, but there are 59 applications and 59 budgets to review. So it'll take a little bit of time. We'll go through that. We do have a lunch break from 11:55 to 1:05, just keeping that same lunch time to allow for any noon meetings. I don't know if anyone has it. If you don't, then you get an extra 10 minutes for a lunch break. Then we'll come back. We'll do another round of reviews, and we'll continue doing that kind of one of two ways. And that end of the agenda here is when it gets a little bit loosey-goosey. So depending on how long this takes, this process is kind of, as people who've been here for a while can attest to, it kind of is all over the place a little bit. So there's the potential we'll finish all the applications today. We'll get through. Then we'll allow for public comment, and then you all, the GRC, will make your funding recommendation. There is also the possibility that it might take more time than that. We'll just keep reviewing applications until 5, and then we do have a second GRC meeting scheduled tomorrow. So we can continue this process tomorrow. The other thing that I will note, while we do have some scheduled breaks on here, I fully recognize we're all human, right? There's humans beyond the screen. So if you need another break beyond what I have, please, GRC members, feel free to just let me know and we can make that happen. It's a long day, so have drinks, have snacks, get comfortable, and we'll kind of get right in. The other time that we may need to take a break, and again, this is kind of where we just have to see how it goes, depending on the suggestions or recommendations that you all make on funding, we might, as staff, need time to total up those numbers and present them to you. So we might be taking a 10-minute break, a 20-minute break, an hour break, whatever that looks like, depending on how much math we need to do before we present it back to you for that final recommendation that we're going to bring to the commission. So this is a little bit figure out how it goes. It's a little bit of an adventure every time. Any questions about that, about our agenda, about anything else? All right. Then we'll keep on.
Oh, you've got a hand up here from Judge Katsumakatis.
Oh, yeah, Judge McCottish, please.
So it's my first time, so I'm not exactly sure the process that has occurred already, and you'll probably answer these questions, but I'll throw some out there. As I reviewed the applications, I saw that there were some maybe some inconsistencies in regards to following the instructions, or I'm not sure if I knew what the instructions were regarding especially participant numbers. And then also on the math, sometimes I'm wondering if staff has already done any of the math, like when we're looking at UAs and the cost of UAs, if any of that's been done.
What a great question. And what a great intro to my next slide about some roles that we have. So yes, to answer your question, staff has done a lot of math. We have put a lot of, maybe not blood, but sweat and tears into this analyzation of these applications that we've brought to you today. So yes, in answer to your question, we have done quite a bit of math. We have some methodologies about what to do, what we're going to recommend doing if we couldn't figure out the math. We also have some recommendations in place based on participant numbers and those kinds of things, which I'll present to you as we get into the applications. Did that answer your question, Judge? Perfect. And anytime, right? Again, a reminder, you all as the GRC are here to give recommendations to the commission. So we're as staff bringing you our recommendations, but you might think we're missing something, or you might have additional information. This is your role today. So I'll kind of go over the slide. So today for the final applications, staff have reviewed them. We've made sure that they're complete. We've made sure that folks are eligible. We've analyzed them. We've made these suggestions, and we have provided funding recommendations that we're going to bring to you today. And then you all, as the GRC, you're going to discuss those applications and recommendations, add any of your own. And you're going to provide the final funding recommendations that we, in turn, next month, August 19th, will be bringing to the Criminal Justice Commission. So they're going to consider your funding recommendations, and then they are the group, though, that has the final say. So they're going to be the ones that are fully finalizing, saying, yes, this is how much money should go to each treatment court for the 25 to 27 biennium. Connie, go ahead.
Yeah, if we noticed a discrepancy as far as like cost of DAs from county to county, is it possible to recommend more than what the grant application requested?
Oh, to go over the application amount? You have full discretion to recommend whatever you think is appropriate. I will say that I would definitely recommend paying attention to the FTE as well, because there is the potential that they have another funding source, and there's a reason that they haven't requested more funding for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, we have a DA who can guide us on some of those as well. Perfect. Now, before we get too deep into this and we're going over roles, I just want to take a minute to really just do a quick shout out to the team here at the CJC. I know you all see my face a lot, and you see a lot of my emails coming through, and it might feel like I'm connected with treatment courts the most, but that is absolutely not true. There is a team of people here at the CJC. We are small, but we are mighty. 59 applications for a competitive grant is very, very time consuming, and it's a huge lift. And I just want to shout out the team behind me, because if it was just me, I promise you, you would just see a blank wall behind you and I would be curled up under this desk crying. Like, it would not be happening. So thank you to all my team. They are here. They are giving me notices and help and assistance on the back end, even as we speak. They're doing math. They're doing all the things. So just a quick shout out to them, because truly you would not get this presentation if it was not for a large group of people, or a small group of people doing large things. All right. So with that, unless there are any other questions, and I will say, I can only, the way that my screen is set up, can only see a couple of you. So if I don't see you, don't feel like I'm ignoring you. If you're a GRC member and you have a question, by all means, go ahead and raise your hand, the little emoji thing. If I still don't see it, unmute, let me know, and we can get there. Also, I do want to take a minute real quick before I forget to let Rachel Mark introduce herself. Rachel has been a huge help to us at the CJC as kind of our treatment court expert who's given us some guidance. So I just want to make sure that she has a chance to introduce herself, and she'll be answering any questions around what treatment courts are doing or how something should work in the treatment courts, since she is the expert on that. So go ahead, Rachel. I know you're in
Thank
here
you.
somewhere.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all. Like Adeline said, my name is Rachel Mark. I'm a treatment court analyst at OJD. I've been here for about 3 years. Prior to that, I spent 16 years doing local work in treatment courts. So I'm abundantly familiar with the work that you all are doing, and I'm excited for this process. I will say I was also on, I think, the GRCs with Joe Garcia since they started. So this is a familiar experience for me. Happy to answer any questions that relate to either best practices for our treatment court types or anything specific to OJD. Otherwise, just here to watch the magic. Thanks for letting me join.
Thanks, Rachel. I think magic is really generous. All right. With that, let's get into it. So first and foremost, I wanted to kind of remind you all, since it's been a little bit of time since we all met, kind of what we were looking at for this analysis. So for these final applications, we were really hoping to kind of focus on a couple main priorities. So for funding recommendations, what we were really hoping to see is that these requests were based on needs within the courts, and we're looking for ways that they could improve their adherence to standards, right? We have the Oregon State Specialty Court standards. Those are the gold star that we're always trying to meet, trying to get those best practices. The other part of this would be filling those resource gaps. So we are aware, right? I think we'll talk a lot about money and we'll talk a lot about numbers. And I think it's safe to say it's a pretty lean year in the state. Funding is very limited. And so really, how can this grant, which was initially planned to be for filling resource gaps, how can we do that and help these courts fill those gaps that are preventing them from operationalizing those standards? And some things that we're hoping the courts all considered was both the limited budget that we have. Again, our budget numbers really haven't changed, but there were an increase in applicants. So if you were with us last biennium, we had 53 applicants. This biennium, we have 59 applicants. That's 6 more applicants. And so we still have roughly the same amount of money though. So just being really intentional about how these funds are utilized to support the courts and all the great work they're doing across the state. And then of course, making sure that whatever those final budget requests were, that they're aligning with the feedback that you all gave them back in May. All right. So here's the big question, right? I think this is what everyone, my guess is, has been at least wanting to see to start. These are the amount of funds we have, the available funds, and then what we as staff are recommending. So if you were here in 23-25, you'll know that having to make reductions of about 3.6 million is a lot better than the almost 9.5 million we had to reduce last biennium. But it's still a lot of money, and it still was a lot of work and hard to do. So you can see there that total requested funds came into a little bit over 19.5 million. We had a little over 16 million available. What we as staff are recommending is funding of 15.9 million and some change, which again makes that cumulative reduction of about 3.6 million. And that remaining amount, that's what I'm trying to say, remainder, of about $251,000, we as staff are recommending a couple things. Where first and foremost, we like having that there for a buffer. So if, as we're going through this process, you all as the GRC say, hey, I think that's something that you all have cut or you all have reduced in some way, we think they should be funded at a larger amount, or we think we should increase, we have a little bit of money there to work as that buffer. And then at the end, our suggestion as staff is that we hold on to that remaining amount and we use it later on as a supplemental round. So that could be for an implementation round for new courts to join, or it could be to let courts that are existing in the grant kind of get started, get spending, see how they're doing. And then if they need additional funds down the road, this would allow us a supplemental fund that they could then request funds for. So that is going to be staff recommendations. Now, I know that we haven't at all got into like kind of how we came up with these numbers, but do you have any questions about them in full? Any kind of big picture questions about the funding? Yeah, Judge, please.
Have you separated them out based on types of courts, and then any goals in that range? So and then also new courts and implementation versus courts that have been around a long time.
Yeah, so we will kind of get into how we handled the new and implementation courts versus the previously funded courts. We'll kind of get into that in a couple slides, kind of how we broke down that methodology. But yes, all courts are going to be presented to you all by court type. And so you'll go through, we'll start with adult drug courts, we'll move our way through mental health, etc. We don't have it separated on how much is going to each court type, but we do have recommended funding for each court. Does that answer what you were asking?
Yeah, and I just wondered if we looked at that as a whole or not in a consideration, or it's very just specific to each one.
We definitely looked at each individual court. And then we really considered underspending. What we've noticed is some of the courts, right, through fluctuations of participants, different, right, lots of different things, as you well know, can change how many participants are going through a treatment court and completing treatment court. So we really looked at kind of underspending to help us kind of figure out, what would be an appropriate amount to recommend funding down the road. But we didn't do it based on, oh, we really want to focus on family treatment courts, or, oh, we really want to focus on veterans treatment courts, or anything like that. We really tried to be as objective as possible, as equitable as possible, and really just focus on recognizing that we have a very diverse state who are dealing with very different needs based on where they are in the state, right? Your frontier counties have very different challenges than your urban counties. And so we really focused more on kind of those objective things that were really easy to measure, like your underspending and that kind of stuff, more than the court type.
Will you, sorry to ask so many questions, but will you also, will we be given an idea, will you talk a little bit about the caps? Because some courts have caps and some don't?
Yes, in fact, you're just like a couple slides ahead every time. So maybe I'll move forward and go through those, and then if you still have questions, by all means. And please don't apologize for asking questions. I'm happy you are. All right, let's keep going a little bit. So before we get to kind of the caps and the budget breakdown and how we figured everything out, I just want to remind everyone of kind of the parameters that we set in the solicitation for grantees, or for applicants, I should say. So a friendly reminder that yes, awardees, or grant applicants, were capped at 5% of their original award. So if they had applied before and received funds before in the large treatment court grant program from 23-25, they could request up to 105% of that award. So that whole amount plus a little bit, that 5% for growth. Now, this cap, to answer your question, Judge, was not in place for first-time applicants, so brand new courts, right? If we didn't have any spending data on them, or they're new to us, we don't know how much money they need or utilize, right? Then they didn't have a cap. And then implementation courts, that this was their first time applying for kind of the big grant, they also did not have a cap, because we recognize, right, there are different funding needs for getting a court moving and continuing to see participants versus what is required to get a court started or opened. So they don't have, and there's 11 of those courts, and we'll point them out to you as we go. Now, OJD, as you are all aware, is now in charge of funding for court coordinators. So with that, we didn't accept any OJD personnel requests. We also, as much as we are in favor of alumni groups, we really wanted to focus on participants in the treatment courts, or those going through treatment court versus those who have graduated. So we were not accepting any alumni requests. Also, in the original webinar that I did, we also mentioned this in the solicitation. We did say that training and travel were most likely going to be capped. We weren't sure. We kind of depended on where the requests came in. Once we saw them, we did in fact cap them. So training and travel was capped at $12,000 for the entire category for the entire biennium, unless it was otherwise justified. So I will note it as we go through. There were a couple courts that really made the case of why they needed additional funds. Then those we would honor. And then finally, kind of where we'll get to now and what the next kind of slides are going to be about is underspending was considered. Now, the way that the application timing came out, we really could only consider Q1 through Q7. So we utilized that spending data for the courts that were receiving funds from us in 23-25. And that helped us make the caps that you mentioned before. So here's kind of how we did our budget breakdown. I'm going to go through this and the next slide, and then if we want to stop and answer questions, we're totally fine. But go ahead and let me get through the next slide as well, because I think it'll be helpful. So the way that we did this is we started with, obviously, their total ask. And when I say total ask, what I mean is that total amount that was requested by the applicant for that 25-27 biennium. So whatever they came in, we started with that number. Then as we mentioned, or as I mentioned, there was that 105% cap. That's what we're calling our initial cap. So if they requested over that and they were an existing court that needed to follow the cap, we reduced it down. We started there. So everyone kind of started on that even playing field. Then we created a scaled cap that was based on the applicant's 23-25 spending. Now, I want to be really clear. I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to show it to you because I think it's easier to understand when you see it. But basically what we did is we looked at underspending. And if a court had spent 70% of their 23-25 funds by Q7, then they were kept at 100% of that initial cap. Courts who spent between 50 and 70% of their 23-25 funds, they were cut to 90% of that initial cap. And then courts who spent between 30 and 50% of their funds, they were scaled down to 85% of their cap, and it continues from there. Now, again, I'm going to show you this breakdown, just in case that was kind of confusing. Now, I want to be really clear, though, we didn't stop there. We then continued on, and we went through each application, all 59 applications, and we went through and made sure that additional line items were appropriate. So this is where to get to, I think it was Connie, your question around participant numbers or around amounts that they were asking around FTE. We looked at all of that. First off, is something allowable? Is this something that grant funds can pay for? And then secondly, does it make sense with the size of this court or with how the court has explained what they're trying to do? And then at the end of that number was that total staff recommended funding that we'll bring to you today. So to kind of give you, again, a guide of that scaled cap breakdown. So again, if they spent 70 to 100%, they're at 100% of that initial cap. If they spent between 50% up to 69.99999, right, then they were at 90% of that initial cap. There were 21 courts that did this. There were 16 courts in that top spending group. And then if they spent between 30 and 49.99%, there were 11 courts who did this. They were scaled down to 85%. And then there was a bottom group as well that fortunately there were no courts in, so we didn't really have to worry about that group. Now, again, if you're adding up these numbers on the right and you're like, Adeline, that does not add up to 59. Can you math? The can I math question is up for debate, but we do know that doesn't equal 59 because remember, there are 11 new and implementation courts who are not included in this list because they didn't have that initial cap. All right, I feel like I said the words cap a lot and scaled, and I gave you a lot of percentages. So with that, do we have any questions? Judge, did that answer your question kind of about how we did the breakdown and all that?
Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you. And then you'll point out to us that information as we go through.
You know I will. Absolutely. But if, as we go through this, if anything's missing, by all means, let us know and we can get you information. Any questions about how we did these scales, reductions, etc.? All right, let's keep moving. So I do want to kind of go in depth a little bit, and I think, Connie, this might get to your DA question a little bit. Kind of want to get into kind of how we did those line item reductions as well after we got to the initial cap and the scaled cap. So again, these are for existing courts. Well, let me back up. For all courts, these are going to be true. The only thing that, again, is not going to be true for those implementation courts and the new courts is they're not going to have the scaled cap. So we essentially kind of started at this point with them. With everyone else, we went through those first bits, as you can see on that little infographic on the left. And then we went through and we looked at some line items. So a friendly reminder, the training and travel was cut to $12,000 for the whole biennium unless it was otherwise justified. And again, when we go through, if we have courts that we did extend that to, I will let you know. Now, the next one for attorney time. Absent explanation, our attorney time was assumed at 0.125 FTE. And the way we came up with that number was giving us, or giving them 5 hours spent each week. And that gives them time for staffing, court, case review, training, team meetings, etc. Now, if in their narrative, in their budget narrative, they explained why they needed more time, that was considered. So not every attorney is cut to 0.125. But if they didn't explain it and we didn't know, this is where we went to. Now, costs for overall organizational costs that weren't tied to program operations and weren't tied directly to participants were cut. So for example, we cut requests for laptops for people at other agencies that weren't tied directly to the treatment court. We cut coordinator cell phones. That's something that OJD should be able to provide. So that wasn't going to be something we paid for as well. And again, if you have questions when we're going through, and I'll show you some of the cuts we made, if you're like, wait, this doesn't make sense, why? Ask me, and I'm happy to go through it. And then this next one. So this, you'll see this a lot. Line items that didn't explain what they were asking were cut by 20%. Now, this is what I mean by that. We saw this a lot, for example, in housing, where a court was like, we need one $20,000 unit of housing. But they didn't explain any kind of breakdown around like, oh, we give this much to this many participants, or we use it to pay for an Oxford house, or this is how many hotel rooms, that kind of thing. If there was no breakdown, there was just like a set request for a number of something, we reduced that by 20% because we really didn't feel like we had a way to know what they were asking. This is also true if they're in other categories where there would just be a number and no description of math, no breakdown. If we couldn't get there and we couldn't figure it out, we suggested a reduction of 20%. Then the next two, I do want to note, these are due to the CJC's grant administration guide rules. So as I think we all know, it's been pretty stable. The max administrative costs that they can go up to is 10% of their total ask. I think folks are pretty familiar with that. If there was a reduction in administration fees, it was either A, because with the other reductions, they were then over those administrative 10%, then we cut it down, or we were guided to do that by their prioritization sheet, which I'll get to in a minute. Similarly, we removed unallowables. So there's certain things that are unallawables per the grant administration guide. I'll be honest, I thought the courts did a great job. They really, for the most part, didn't ask for a ton of these. These are going to be things like entertainment, like food, like facility rentals, that kind of stuff. I do want to note on this, for a few courts, there were mentions of unallawables in line items that there were some allowables and some unallowables. So for example, in incentives, maybe someone said, you know, here's like all the incentives we're going to do, and they included passes to go bowling. Bowling isn't allowed. It's entertainment. We can't fund that. But we did recommend funding incentives. They just would need to replace those bowling passes with something else that isn't entertainment. Does that make sense? Are we all on board, all understanding? Okay, I saw a head nod. Perfect. Then let's real quick go through the prioritization sheet. So I kind of mentioned that we used prioritization sheets in that last slide, but this is something that we relied on heavily during this process for scaling down budgets to those scaled down caps. So you all, as the GRC, should have access to all of these. So when they did their expense sheet, it was on one tab, and then the next tab was a prioritization tab that looks like what is on your screen. And I'm going to apologize. It was really, really hard to make this fit on a slide. So I did my best, but I'm sorry it's very tiny. But I think there's enough information here to get us where we need to go. So you'll notice that on the top of those prioritization sheets are those 3 items. So we asked courts, hey, if you had 3 things to prioritize, what would they be? If you could only get funding for 3 things, what is it? Those were put in this top category up here. And then, excuse me, on the bottom, we said, okay, if in scenario A, which you'll see listed, you had to reduce your budget by 10%, how would you do it? Tell us what items you would reduce. Then we did it again in scenario B for 15%, and then scenario C again for 20%. And so we asked them, hey, go down the list. Ideally, right, the dream would be that we would fund everyone, but if we can't, if we do have to make reductions, how would you do it for your individual court? Now, we followed this as much as possible, but I just want to reiterate, it wasn't perfect. We said this in the webinar when we went over this the first time. It's in the instructions here, but I just want to stress, we cannot guarantee that we funded everything exactly the way it is in this sheet, but we did use it as much as possible for guidance. Now, there was one court we'll get to who didn't fill this out, so obviously we couldn't use it. There were a couple courts who added a couple things. Maybe they were in that top 3, like prioritize these, we don't want these cut. But if they aren't asking for many things and they're large ticket items, they maybe put them in both places. So they said, don't cut them, but also if you have to, you can cut this much, that kind of thing. We did our best to follow that, but it was a guide. It wasn't a perfect roadmap, if that makes sense. Now, with that, I feel like that is kind of the information I have for you on how we kind of broke down the methodologies to give you the numbers we're going to give you. Do you have any questions? Any questions about how we use the prioritization sheet? Any questions about caps? Any questions about anything so far? All right, then we'll go ahead and get into our courts and get into the review. Now, this first group, again, is going to be adult drug courts. They're going to be presented to you in the same way they were in that preliminary GRC we did. Now, this first court is going to be Lincoln County Adult Drug Court. And Connie, I know that you are probably getting ready to mute and to take yourself off camera, but you don't have to right now. So I want to go through and kind of show you all the breakdown of how we broke down the courts in these slides, and then answer any questions and make sure we have the lay of the land, and then Connie will kick you out for this one. So a friendly reminder, GRC members, if you are associated with a county or with that court, we do request you turn off your camera, you mute your microphone, and you don't provide any commentary until we move on to the next court. So before you do that, Connie, let me go through. Just remember, if you have questions about the process, let us know, but please don't make comments, obviously, about the funding recommendations. So first off, here's what I did. So this is the court, and this is the GRC feedback that you all gave them. Now, I leave it up to you all, the GRC, about what you want to do with this information. I can read it to you, but then you're listening to me talk even longer than I'm going to anyway. I can leave it on the screen. You guys can tell me just skip on past it because you all remember, because this is stuff that you all recommended. I can give you a summary. I can do whatever you want with this. Any thoughts, feelings, ideas?
I personally I think having a little bit of that summary would be helpful. I mean, I did read through them and see the recommendations, but at least in the first couple, as I get used to this, it would be helpful to kind of have that to start. And it may be over time that's not as important as I get used to this process.
Deal. That sounds great. I'll give you the quick summary of how they responded in their narrative. And then as we get going, if you're like, please, Adeline, stop talking, just let me know, and I'm happy to do that. Okay, so then the next thing we did is we presented the funding recommendations. So I'm going to kind of walk you through this map a little bit. So for this court, their total ask came to $137,991.08. You can see that in the top left-hand corner. Underneath that is their initial cap. So again, that was that 105% total that they could ask for because Lincoln ADC is an existing grantee. Then if you move over to the right-hand side, that top is that scaled cap. So that was, again, scaled down. Their spending level was at 62%. So they were scaled down to that 90% of their scaled cap. And then the recommended funding is underneath it there. Now you'll note we have the categories on the left. We have their total ask in that next category. We have the recommended amount. And again, that's staff recommendation of what we would fund in each of those categories. And then the percentage of that request that was fulfilled, with that bottom right-hand number is going to be the percentage of their total ask that was fulfilled. So some of these you'll notice are pretty low or lower, and it might be kind of shocking at first, but often what happened in those cases is if a court requested significantly over their cap, combined with they had a lower scaled cap because of their spending, that percentage fulfilled might be lower. And then finally, what I did for courts that needed it is we provided some additional information. And this is, I went by line item of what in those categories we reduced. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, 59 of these was kind of a lot. So I am fully confident in your ability to remember some things. So not every category is on here. So I went through and I added if there were cuts in personnel, contractual services, housing, and supplies if they were significant. There's not a ton of supply cuts because most of them are smaller, but if it was something really noticeable, I put it on the screen. What I didn't put on here was equipment, because of all 59 courts, only one person made an equipment request, or one court made an equipment request. I also didn't put travel and training on here because, again, if we made reductions, it was usually to get to that $12,000 cap, or it was due their prioritization sheet. And then similarly, I didn't put administrative costs on here because, again, it was either by prioritization or to get to that 10%. So that will be the information that is provided to you for each court. Now, there are a couple courts that the reductions, either they didn't have reductions or the reductions were really minor and they were in those categories that I just explained. So they won't have one of these additional information, but I would say the vast majority of the courts do. So with that, we'll go back. Any questions about the information you're getting? Any additional information you think you're going to want? That's helpful to us on the back end.
I do have a question on the participants still. Like, I'll want to know, because I was looking at the cost per participant, and then also I was looking at, and I don't know if I should, but I was looking at the population size of the county, and then just thinking about how much they were requesting based on their size. And then the participant numbers seemed off, and Lincoln County is one where I did wonder if they had 120 participants.
So I can definitely verbally, I don't have them in the slides, but verbally I can give you how many their average participation. I do have that I'm happy to provide. I would caution, and I'll let Rachel Marks speak to this more if she needs to, but I would caution away from looking at population size of county, just because, right, you can have a really small county, maybe, you know, like just a small county that does have a really active treatment court that they're having a lot of people go through, or vice versa. You could have a really big county who has a lot of people, but their court's new or they don't have an active treatment court. So I would personally caution, but I'm going to let Rachel speak to that if you have any additional recommendation.
I really like that concept from a kind of an equity of access perspective, looking at how many people potentially the program could serve. But I agree with you, Adeline, for today's purposes of looking at the current program size, recognizing that they're all kind of at different phases of, you know, super new versus super established and really heavily utilized in any given community. I think that for today's purposes, that's nice information to have, but I wouldn't necessarily use it to make decisions around the funding. So you want to look at what the current setup is in that community.
And with that, will you guys be letting us know if they've been around a long time or where they, you know, maybe I should have had that information, but some of them I know, but some of them I don't.
I can tell you who is a new court to our program or who is an implementation court. I don't have the information around how long each court has been in existence, but please, Rachel.
I can probably, if that's something folks would be interested in, I can try to pull that for you and drop it in the chat for each program. It may not be exactly the right year, but could be close. So if you would like me to do that, I can provide the info. I was just going to add on this specific program. If I'm remembering correctly, it's previously existed as kind of two different programs, the Measure 57 side and then the adult drug. So they're merging things together. So some of their numbers may look a little bit off based on the fact that we historically have only seen the adult drug court, not the combination of the Measure 57 adult drug court that purely was separated based on funding stream.
And I am, real quick, before we get too deep into like Lincoln County specifically, I do want to make sure we get all these other questions answered. And then I am unfortunately going to effectively silence Connie for the Lincoln County discussion. Please, Joe, go ahead. And Joe, you're muted. I don't know if you're chatting or not.
Sorry, I hit it 3 times. Apparently, I can't figure out exactly where.
It's Monday.
So
I
apologize.
It's technology.
So I'm not certain if this is maybe something, Your Honor, that would be helpful too, because I know it'd be helpful for me. Is it seems like some people are listing like the number of participants that they think they'll serve in an entire year, which means their average may be like 25 or 30, depending on how many people are successful or not going through it, versus other people who may be reporting it out. Like I saw a discrepancy too, and I was confused. And when I saw this one, I know it's just the one we're looking at, so I'm not trying to pick it out as opposed to others, because I saw it first in other programs before I even got to Lincoln County. But you know, I do wonder, like, are we looking at the same thing at some level? Is it the entire number of people you think you're going to serve? So you might have some, like, you know, 20% of the 120 show up and for a day, and then they take off and they're not there, but they're counted as participating in the program because they at least, you know, signed up even though we have warrants out for their arrest. Or is it the average number of people who are actively in the program at any given time? Because when we're looking at these budgets and trying to decide, you know, is it a reasonable amount of money to be requesting? We do have, and historically have always factored that in. If you're asking for $800,000 and you serve on average 10 people, and we have to make cuts, it's kind of a difficult thing to do. So again, not trying to point at Lincoln County. I actually saw it in a bunch of other things, but that would be helpful if we had some understanding of that, kind of on each program if we go through. So
yeah, absolutely. So it won't be on the slide. These slides were kind of limited with how much information we could give you all, but I do have them. And I do want to remind you that we pulled this number that I'll give you from the average number from SDMS. And so that number that I'll give you will be something that each court reported into that data reporting system. It was also on the scorecard. So it should be tied to that. But what I'll do, and if there's 59 of these, I could get sloppy towards the end. If I start forgetting, let me know, like, hey, how many participants were in the court? But yes, we can definitely give you that information for everything all the reasons you're saying, right? I did want to add one thing before I get to you, Connie. I do also, we had that like cost per participant on there kind of really as more of a flag for us than anything else, right? If we're going through courts and they're averaging, $2,000 per participant, say, and then we get one that's $30,000 for a participant, we're gonna let's take a minute, right, and look. But I want to be really clear: the cost per participant is going to vary a lot based on where they are in the state, right? So we don't want to fully depend on that little category in the sheet just because of that information. And I do also just want to acknowledge, especially for all the grantees or applicants, that are listening, we do recognize that on that expense sheet, that section for contractual services and the way we broke it down was completely new. That was a very different way than we'd ever done it before. And I think whenever you open with anything new, there's going to be a couple bumps. So I do think that there was some confusion on the sheet, in part due to us maybe not clarifying. I think some folks did, here's the average for the year versus average quarterly and those kinds of things. So we want want to recognize, I think it's important to acknowledge that this was a new sheet for them, and we're just kind of new for us as well. We're just trying to kind of really dig down into what unbillables are you asking funding for, right? Because at the end of the day, that is what this grant was really meant to do, was kind of fill those gaps. Now that I just went on that tangent, Connie, please, you have a question.
I was just wondering, do we at any point consider completion rates or success rates in there?
I can give you that information. That is up to you what you want to do with that information. But if you would like to know the completion rate, I can give you that as well. Yeah, Judge.
How do we, there's a couple of things I had a hard time with when I was going through it and trying to figure out how to factor it. And one would be, there's a lot of programs that request personnel costs, and there are some programs that don't request any personnel cost. And maybe that's because they have great buy-in in their community, and so they don't have to provide those funding resources.
Okay.
Additionally, maybe they receive other funding from other sources. How do we factor that in?
We don't. We trust that the courts are asking for what they need. So we don't have a way to know each court's additional funding streams. We don't have that information. So we really hope that the courts are requesting what they need, knowing that, again, the intention of this grant was to fill those holes that couldn't otherwise be funded. So with that, though, I do think it's important to note as we go through, you'll see staff have recommended cutting a couple personnel because there wasn't enough of a description of why they were needed or why they are asking for CJC funding for them as well. It'll be clear when we get to them. But again, if they didn't tie them directly to direct service to participants and those kinds of things, then we made the recommendation that they weren't funded. Yeah, Kelsey.
I just wanted to provide a little insight on that of an example that might be helpful in terms of maybe not considering it. For example, I sit on my treatment court team and my behavioral health court team, but I'm an elected official. So it wouldn't be appropriate for my county to ask for DDA costs because I'm elected, as opposed to some courts that ask for DDA personnel costs because that's county funded. But that wouldn't be reflected in our application, and our application would look different because we don't have that. And that's kind of a weird nuance that, you know, is unique to our county, but we wouldn't explain that in a grant. And so I thought that might be a helpful example of why some look different, at least in perspective of those particular personnel costs.
Thank you. That was incredibly helpful. And also kind of speaking to why we gather you all here and ask you to spend a whole day with us is because as a varied multidisciplinary team, you have a lot of that insight. So thank you, Kelsey. You all make my job easier. All right. Any other questions about the process as we go through? All right, then Connie, I will ask you to mute, which you already are. Great job. You're halfway there. And go off screen. Thank you. And just a friendly reminder, again, GRC members, I will ask each of you to do it. I'm not just picking on Connie. When your court comes up, I did try and make notes, but if I missed you and you know, like, hey, I actually am associated with this court, I shouldn't be on here, please go ahead. You don't have to wait for me to call on you. All right, so starting with our adult drug courts, we're going to start with Lincoln County ADC. I've put the GRC feedback up there, and I think just like we did in the preliminary, I will just sort of wait for a thumbs up or a head nod or something to let me know you've read through this. And I will say that they, to summarize their narrative response, they did note that participants are not incarcerated for treatment purposes. Their average jail stay was 2 days, and jail sanctions are only for the most severe behavioral responses. All right, I saw kind of a vague head nod. Are we good? Okay, I see a thumbs up. Thank you. I have a colleague who regularly reminds me to embrace the awkward pause, and it's a work in progress. So this is going to be Lincoln County Adult Drug Court's ask. To give you that additional information that you requested, they have average participation of 34 and a completion rate of 72%. And they spent 62% of their 23-25 funds. And then let me know, because this one does have additional information. Let me know when you're ready for that, or if you're ready for that.
Adeline, could you repeat
Yeah.
what you just said regarding the participant numbers and completion?
Sure, of course. So they had an average participation of 34, and their completion rate was 72%. And they spent 62% of their funds in 23-25 by Q7. Yeah, Joe.
I just wanted to mention, so like it's part of the reason I was asking the question too. When I was reviewing some of these applications, in one of the categories it says anticipated average participants to serve in the coming biennium, and then they have 120 in there. And then you're telling us on average, they serve 34. And so if that's something in the future, we could just, I don't know how we do it preemptively or ahead of time, but make sure that folks are filling it out that way. Because when you're going through so many of them, you're trying to make notes or whatever and track what's going on. And when there's discrepancies like that, it can be a little bit challenging. So I figured it out because I've done it enough, but especially if you're new, it can be a challenge. So just want to mention it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And absolutely, I think that as staff, we also learned a lot going through this process. And so I think we'll definitely continue to kind of improve that contractual services category on the spreadsheets going forward, because I think there was improvements that could have been made, both for the applicants as well. It had to be confusing for them. So just we'll do our best to continue to clarify it for everyone. Now, when I get a thumbs up, I'll go ahead and I can show you that additional information. So these are the line items that we reduced. So that, pardon me, that rental assistance, staff recommend the reduction to reflect 30 participants needing rent paid, not 37. That was from their narrative that was in the budget narrative description. And then we removed the facility rentals. You'll actually see this in all of Lincoln County's courts because they split it between. Those are just unfortunately unallowable under the grant administration guide. So at this point, this is, I think, just a little bit of getting our flow and kind of what you want to do. At this point, I'll ask, do you have any additional recommendations for the court? If not, we'll continue on unless you have questions. Otherwise, yeah, I guess, do you have any additional recommendations? And if you need me to go back to any slides or anything, you let me know. All right. Thanks for the thumbs up, Joe. So I'm going to just, from going forward, I'm going to assume that if I say, hey, do we have any other recommendations and no one says anything, I'm going to assume that's a no, right? Is that good for everyone? Perfect. All right. So Connie, please come join us again. Welcome back. We hope you took a break, got a snack, got a drink. And Judge Kitson McCadish, we are going to kick you out because our next one is Lynn County Adult Drug Court. So for Lynn County, their GRC feedback is on the screen. They did, in response to feedback, note that they are going to update their policy manual regarding guidelines around graduated sanctions. And if using a jail sanction, it will be a target goal of 1 to 3 days. They're also going to assess their training needs through a BEST assessment, which they're planning on taking in September of 25. Previously, they noted that their coordinator didn't know that they needed to input all UAs into SCMS, and so was not including some tests that were taken outside of Lynn County alcohol and drug. They will now update those, so they expect that the number of UAs entered into SCMS will increase. And then they clarified that the initial UA results are returned within a 48-hour window, but the confirmation of those tests may take up to a week, which frankly was a pretty common response in these, as you'll see through the courts. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to give you a moment just to kind of soak in. Again, that total ask is that top left-hand corner. This group asked under their initial cap, but they were also in that 62% spending. So their scaled cap is in that top right, and then recommended. For this court, their average participation was 22, and they had a 60% completion rate.
I have a question on the, I noticed that some of the things like personnel and contractual are both, the recommendation is 100%, and it's the housing and supplies that are reduced. Was that at all based on what they spent in the last go around, or was that based on like the prioritization requests, or like how was that decision made?
A little of all of the above. So first thing, right, we followed their prioritization sheet to get them down to that scaled cap. And then we went through based on that scaled cap. After we did that, we went through and looked at each individual line item. So in this case in particular, here, I'm going to move to the next slide just for now, and we can come back. For this slide, we cut housing because the number of units were reduced to match last biennium's participation. They didn't provide any information on why they would serve over 60 participants, especially as housing for all participants is like typically required. So we didn't have a reason for that. So that's why we cut housing. We did the same for the move-in fees as well. In supplies, we reduced the total number of UAs, assuming 2 tests per week for the same 47 participant total. So their requests based on their narrative and their math, we spent a lot of time on this one. So it was a little bit harder to find. And so they didn't include contractual or personnel in their prioritization sheet, and we didn't see any reason to pause it. So that is why the cuts are in areas that we saw. Does that make sense? I feel like that was kind of jumbled. Okay, perfect. Joe, go ahead.
A quick question, because like you said, you've seen this move-in fee or something similar mentioned and a couple of them. And so I went back and was double checking and rereading this. So question I have for it is that the deposit that they're just calling it a move-in fee, but it's technically the required deposit to qualify to move in? And is that an allowable expense or not?
So yes, it's an allowable expense. I'm going to be honest, I don't have their budget sheet open in front of me. We can look and see if they described it as a deposit. Typically, that's what they're talking about. Typically, it's that, a lot of places require a 1-month deposit down or that kind of thing. So, and I think also additional, right, if there's an additional fee, say you have to do an additional $40 or whatever for a pet fee or something like that, those could be included in move-in fees as well. So essentially any fees that are required to get someone into safe and stable sober housing.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that I was tracking that, because is that All right, that'll work. And then just one other question. I'm assuming when it said Family Relief Nurseries providing peer support, it just must be that that family nursery, that specific one, provides that particular function. Because I'm pretty familiar with Family Relief Nurseries, and so I just didn't know if that must be something unique to Lynn County, that they just happen to provide those peer support services
So
for drug
this-
court clients.
This was not known in there. I live in Lynn County and worked in Lynn and Benton counties for a lot of my early career. And so, yes, in this particular case, yes. They didn't say that in their application, but yes, they do provide peer mentoring services.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Connie, please.
In the housing fees and move-in fees, does that also cover applications for housing? So when applying to apartments.
That is a great question. Yes, that would also be something that could be covered in there.
Okay.
Great question. All right. So with that, first off, do you all need me to go back to the total one? Okay. Jake is shaking his head now, so we're going with that. And do you all have any recommendations other than the staff recommendations for this court? All right, I'm seeing a thumbs up. We'll carry on. Judge, please join us. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. All right, and next up is Columbia County Adult Drug Court. So again, their feedback is on the screen. In their response to feedback in their narrative, and I guess I didn't say this, so I'll clarify it just in case anyone doesn't know. We gave the discretion of where they wanted to respond to your feedback to the applicants, wherever in one of two places. They could either respond in the narrative or they could respond in the budget narrative. It was up to them if they wanted to respond at all. That was not a requirement. What we recommended is if they were responding to clarify something or they were responding to something that didn't tie to funds. So for example, if you all gave the recommendation, stand up an advisory court, and that doesn't necessarily require funds, they might say, hey, this is how we're going to do that in the narrative section versus in the budget section. What we didn't want is to make the applicants put it in two different places. So I just wanted to clarify that information. So with that, Columbia ADC clarified that they only serve high-risk, high-need individuals, that they use verified risk pools to determine the needed level of care, and that treatment dosage is reevaluated frequently throughout the participant's progress through the program. All right, I got a nice thumbs up. So here's their request, and I'll give you a moment to look through that. Know that their average participation is 19. Their completion rate was 70%, and they had spent 63% of their 23-25 funds by Q7. Yeah, Connie.
I had a question on the contractual services. They listed domestic violence treatment as one of their costs. And I'm wondering if that's not something that could be incorporated into either the mental health or substance use treatment programs.
Can you, I just want to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. So you're saying like, hey, could those mental health programs or substance use programs, could they provide that and not have it as a separate line item? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask, is that your recommendation that that line item is cut? What would you like, how would you like to see that item? Or does anyone else on the GRC have an opinion on this?
I'll jump in.
Sure, go ahead.
I think I was excited to see the domestic violence training. I think it's incredibly important. I see so much of it from the bench, and it's absolutely part of drug use and impulsive behavior and controlling your emotions. And I thought it was great.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
It's probably, and we can check with them, but it's probably just a difference in the way the providers operate locally within the county. For example, in our county, we do not have, either one of our programs does not specifically provide domestic violence treatment. We have a separate program that does that. And unfortunately, in Douglas County, we usually run well over 100, 120, 30 people at any given time in it. And sometimes there's a crossover and we will refer out, but obviously they're not billable services. And so there's different funding sources that we provide to help support domestic violence treatment in our county.
And Joe, that's exactly what has happened here. So my team looked while you all were asking questions, and it looks like the DV treatment is coming from a different provider than the other providers. So with that, Connie, does that change your opinion? Because I'm hearing some say leave it in.
Yeah, I was just thinking it was something that maybe could be covered by another provider that's already in providing services. So
absolutely. All right. And then if we're ready, we'll head on to their additional. So it should be noted that there was a reduction in that DV treatment. All of these particular ones were scaled down via their prioritization sheet. So we didn't, as staff, see anything. This is what they were saying. If they had to have funding reduced, this is where they would want it. As closely as possible. Want is relative, right? No one wants cuts.
I have a question, Adeline,
Sure.
regarding overall. Is it pretty systematic? I mean, you guys have done a great job, and I really appreciate how you've laid it out and reduced. Is every program going to be reduced by a certain amount? Thank you, Tracy. Or are some programs that maybe haven't asked for a lot, but they're doing, like I looked at Columbia County and I thought, wow, they're doing good and it's a reasonable request based on how many they're serving. Are you just reducing all of them?
So in honor of trying to be as equitable and objective as possible, we did go through the same methodology for every single court. I will say there are some courts that didn't have any reductions based on where their ask was. So if they came in under, in fact, I think another Columbia County court, this will show up, they asked under that cap, and we didn't see any line items that gave us pause. So in that case, they would get 100% of their funding. That happened. There are a couple of courts that happened, but no, which again, I do want to know that this is one of those times that everything you're saying is valid. And maybe this is a time that it's really helpful to have that supplemental round down the road, because if they do go through this and they need additional funding, they're doing great work, they're reasonable asks, etc., then maybe that's a great time for that supplemental fund to be utilized, potentially. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I feel like sometimes I just get talking. All right. Are we good on Columbia? Any additional recommendations on this one? Let's go on to the next one. So the next one is going to be Josephine County Adult Drug Court. Now, is it, again, I'm going to check back in. We've done a couple now. Do you want me to keep summarizing their response to feedback, or is that kind of obnoxious?
Just me, but I personally, I actually find it helpful. So
okay.
That's just me.
Joe, you gave me all I need. We're going. I need just one person to validate me. This is my personal life as well.
I also support that. So thanks.
Okay. Oh, now I've got two. I'm unstoppable. Perfect. All right. So in their response to feedback, they recognize the importance of increasing that incentive to sanction ratio to 4-1, but they didn't ask for funding for incentives because they maintain a local grant which funds several incentive options. So they just wanted to know, like, hey, we hear you. This is something we're working on, but we don't need your money. We have other money. In continuing to seek training opportunities regarding incentives, and they are now documenting all the incentives being used. So they kind of reflected that their incentives to sanction ratio probably would have been better if they were including all of those non-verbal incentives, right? Applause, those kinds of things that they hadn't, verbal praise from the judge, certificates, that kind of thing that they weren't inputting into SCMS. So they did note that they'll continue to work on it. They're going to take advantage of some training, but again, they didn't ask for funds for it through this grant. Yeah. Annie, go ahead.
Oh, I was
Oh,
just
you were
saying,
giving me a thumbs up.
a thumbs up that, yeah, that was
Thank
helpful
you.
to move on. But I
Perfect.
pressed the wrong button.
No, you're good. All right. So here is their total ask. They had average participation of 19 participants. They had a completion rate of 70%, and their spending is at 87%. Now, if you're all ready, my guess, oh, go ahead, Judge. Would you like me to move on?
No, I was just going to say, I assume the administrative amount went down because the personnel amount went down.
Exactly. So we did reduce their deputy district attorney to 0.5 FTE to match their population size, with a little slight increase to account for additional screening duties that they mentioned in their narrative. And then to your point, yes, because the personnel line was reduced, their administrative costs were also reduced. All right. Any additional recommendations for this court? All right. I think we're catching our stride a little bit. Next up, we have Lane County Adult Drug Court. They wanted to clarify in response to feedback that they focus on low and no cost incentives since their funding is limited. And they also noted that the sanction grid that was submitted with their initial application stated that jail could be used up to 7 days. With that, they had not imposed any jail sanctions that were longer than 5 days in the last year. However, they did note that they were going to update their incentive and sanction grid to reflect the standard, which is no more than 6 days. And they were going to do that at their next team meeting. So again, not a request for funding, just something that they're doing based on your feedback. And also in response to feedback for training, they noted that they've completed several trainings and are planning to complete several more throughout the year. All right. Thanks, Annie. Really coming through with that thumbs up. I appreciate it. All right. I'm seeing some head nods, so I'll go ahead and move forward. Oh, I didn't give you the important information. I'm so sorry. Their average participation was 94. They had a completion rate of 45%, and their spending was at 82%. I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
So I found in a few different applications, when it comes to the treatment component of it, that it's there's kind of vague statement, I guess, like X is uninsured or not covered by OHP. and some of their requests are like just financially kind of large compared to what you look at other programs. And so one of the things that I know we try to do is make sure we're equitable in our, lens we're looking through in terms of funding for some of these things. And so it's kind of interesting because some of the CCOs are the same even. And so it's like, well, why are they asking for something that's covered not more than, and saying it's not covered, but someone else may be saying it is covered at a different level. And so I know things aren't perfect in terms of those county contracts. Even with the CCOs, they do vary to some degree, but it is, when you're talking about this kind of money, when we do have to make some slight reductions to things, it would be helpful if we had a better understanding of what was covered and what isn't being covered. So just kind of want to make a comment on that.
Sure, yeah. And I will note, we'll move on to the next slide, that we did reduce their drug testing and lab fees. That was based on what they presented in the narrative description was a max test price of $69.75 a test. But when we did the math, it was coming out to about like almost $77 a test. So we did reduce that. But yes, Judge.
I would agree with Joe. When I read through, I was trying to figure out like what is treatment not being paid for. I understand that when treatment comes to the table for us as CMS entries, I would assume that's not being paid for, and I would assume trainings and things like that. But I was really confused as well, and I see that with Lane County, and I'm with Joe as well. When it's large, I'm like, okay, that's a lot of money. Let's look at this. And then I looked at, they're asking a lot of that is personnel and then contractual services. So I put in my notes personnel for, I don't know what the FTE is on the DA and the PO. I failed to put that in. But on the contractual services, it says drug testing and treatment. And which you're addressing the contractual services right now as to drug testing. But I thought Joe's question was contractual services as to treatment. Is that correct, Joe?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. And I mean, because it's saying here that on average they serve 18 people who don't have any coverage of any kind. And maybe that's, I mean, I'm familiar with, I mean, if you have 18 people, it still seems a little high to not have them covered by some means, with the population that we're serving. But it is possible. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but it is when you see those larger amounts and then it's just kind of really vague, like uninsured or something. And it just kind of stands out in terms of, when you see other counties sometimes and their size and they're not requesting, and again, I know we have to balance that their priorities may be different, but some of the other people are actually listing out more specifically what functions are occurring and what they're attributing, those costs to that are in fact uninsured. And so that does help, when we're going through it. And this one is one of them more for me. It just kind of left me guessing, like, is this a reasonable amount of money and what's actually being covered and not covered? So I just wanted to point that out. So.
And if they're not insured, if there's 18 that's not insured, that I don't know that, and I'm not from that side. So I'm wondering why they're not getting insurance to supplement that, or why they can't be, or why they're not insured, I guess. Do they make too much money then? Or are they employed? I just don't know the answers to that.
I think one thing this is all very new, like the funding sources for me is very new, and I appreciate other people pointing out these things because these are similar questions I have of really not knowing the counties and the resources. And, I think over time, as I get used to this, they'll make more sense. But what I was thinking as well, and I hate when I am filling in information, but my thought was maybe these are each month they have people who might not be insured for a month while they're getting up to speed, because we all have those clients that come in and they're not on anything, but you want to get them in, and then they work with them to get some coverage. And I think I agree. I think it would have been helpful for me to see a little bit more of some of that explanation. an understanding of that, because it is that was my main note on this one, was that the treatment request was extremely high. But that doesn't mean it's not warranted. And so that's where I struggled with that is, you know, this is one of the highest priorities for all of our participants in these programs. But understanding it was a little bit difficult.
Yeah, Connie, go ahead.
Hi, can you just clarify again? You were talking when we first started about the percentage of time that personnel spend and figuring that in. And I'm looking at the probation officer. It says he spends 100% of his time, but there's only 18 participants. And so that doesn't seem like that'd be a full caseload at 100%. Can you just clarify, like?
Yeah.
I guess I'm confused by that.
So I do want to, yes. So I will in just a minute call upon Rachel Mark because she can kind of outline what a typical caseload would look like. I will say that they reported their average participation at 94, not at 18. So I don't know if that, and my understanding was that 18 was 18 uninsured. But maybe I'm misreading that, so we can do a quick review of that on our end too. Yeah, go ahead, Jake.
With the caseload size, I know that was a very good question, Connie. Some courts, their standards, their contact standards are up above what normal standards are. I can tell you our standards are greater than what the state standards are for just general folks. So some programs have different standards as far as contacts, and so there could be some other factor out there that we don't get to see.
Did that answer your question, Connie? Or would you like some more information?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I was just a bit confused about the 100% of the time. Yeah.
Okay.
And Adeline, you said they reported 94. Is that through SCMS? And that's on the data dashboard? Okay.
Yes.
That makes a huge difference between that and 18.
So now the question becomes again, so we've kind of gone back and forth. Do you have recommendations? So what would you like to do with the information that you have now?
I would say that in regards that we should look at that contractual piece as far as treatment, what the amount they are requesting, see if what they wrote in there justifies that level to fulfill that part at 98%. Or should it be adjusted downward?
Right. And so when you say, do you want us, and by us, I really mean my team in the background, do you want us to double check that, hey, what they're reporting on their dashboards is correct? This is how many people are serving. Is that what you're saying? Or are you hoping to get more information?
No, I mean, I trust that they said that they're 8, like if you look at if you have your staff look at the contractual piece, inform us what percent is used for treatment services, and what is their justification? Is it 18 people that are uninsured? What percent, if we don't agree with that, should we adjust it? Because not meaning agree with it, have they not justified that ask in their grant? Then do we think it should be less for that portion? Joe, you're going to articulate much better than me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
I doubt that, Your Honor. So just real quick math. I mean, if the average is 94 they're serving per month, and they're saying this is 18 on average per month that don't have some kind of insurance coverage, that's around 19% of everyone in their program doesn't have some form of coverage every month. And so that should be really easy for them to report back to you in order to to kind of follow through with the judge's request. And just, I mean, it's, yeah, for me, it just seems like, 19-20% of everyone in your program, maybe that is the standard anymore. I don't know. And anyone who is operating a program, through county mental health or A&D, who's part of the team, can maybe answer this better than I can. But it just seems with access and availability now, 20% in a community like Lane County seems a little high, but that may be it for whatever reason. I understand, like, if you don't get signed up for like a month or something, but even in Douglas County, we're pretty efficient in getting folks signed up. Just because it is important, because it's just access for so many other things for them, kind of moving forward. And so, and they said they averaged 16, last biennium per month of uninsured folks. And so maybe that's the case, but I think that's why it kind of stands out to us a little bit too, because in some of our areas, we are able to get so many people covered. And so maybe there's something that we're just not understanding about what we're looking at, so that they can easily explain.
So, Jake, before I take your question, maybe this will help you all. We did look back, and their budget projection narrative says the average number of participants who needed the support in the 23-25 biennium was anywhere from 14 to 18 per month. But what we can do, if it's helpful, is we can look at their prior request and spending on contractual services, if that would help kind of give you, because I will say that their spending through Q7 was at 82%. So they're, based on their initial cap, they are spending funds, right? So would that be helpful if we went back and looked at kind of the last biennium and see kind of what those numbers look like?
I think even if we look at the last biennium, there's going to be a lot more uninsured in the coming year.
Oh, true. Jake, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, under contractual, I can't speak for Lane County, but some counties have to enter to contracts with the treatment programs in order to have a dedicated therapist. And Eastern Oregon is no exception. Especially rural frontier counties, entering into agreements to have a percentage of therapist time, both alcohol and drug and mental health. That's how we get folks to the table. Otherwise, we're high demand and low staffing on the therapist side of things. So that I can't speak for Lane County as far as their contractual stuff and what they enter into contracts with and whom, but that could be a factor as well.
How does that work? I'm sorry to hijack, but how does that work? Do you end up paying a monthly amount, and then you secure a monthly amount, and then you bill the insurance? They bill the insurance?
Yes. So we have a percentage of. I'll just speak to Lake County. We have a percentage of their time, and we don't meet every week. We meet bi-weekly. So the first and third weeks of the month is when we have our groups. But having that therapist time when someone is in jail for whatever reason, having the therapist go up there and meet with them and continue to do some work for assessments that we need to have done immediately for residential treatment or for crisis type stuff. So we have a therapist on our team that can do those things. Without that, we just fall in the pecking order. We're just following the pecking order. So they may come to the table, they may not. But now we get folks to the table. We have our treatment staffings, we have our group staffings, and they are available for all of those because we own a percentage of their time. Poor choice of words on my part, but yes, we have a percentage of their time.
So quick question, Adeline, just to follow up on what you asked. So if everyone goes back, your team, and looks at what they did in last biennium. So they were reporting, just if you could repeat it, I apologize. They were serving 14 on average per month, you said, in this category?
That was in 23-25. It was 14 to 18 per month. And so I
Okay.
can,
And then it was 82% of,
they've spent 82% of their funds through Q7.
okay.
And they have a 45% completion rate, and their average participation annually was 94.
Yes. So it might be helpful if you looked at, and maybe this is what you're referring to, so I apologize if it is, but is the 82% total spending or is the 82% in this particular line item?
82% is total spending. So they've
Okay.
spent as of the end of Q7, right? I don't have, I mean, technically, thanks grantees, they turned it in. Guess what? I haven't looked at it yet. They
Yeah.
have turned in Q8, but through Q7, they have spent 82% of their funds. So if it would be helpful, what we could do is we could go and look at what their spending has looked like through Q7 for personnel and contractual services. Would that be helpful?
Well, I'm just wondering, yeah, like, I mean, if they're coming in at, say, 80% spending in this line item, and they're saying they're averaging, 16 per month, and now they're requesting 18. I mean, a swing like that, even just going down to like 13 participants at their cost. I mean, you're talking anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 just in that line item alone for the biennium, kind of moving forward on their projections. I get that there's the uncertainty of what coverage may or may not look like moving forward, but I don't know if all programs are building budgets based on that uncertainty, if that makes sense. They're kind of basing it on utilization of the prior year and what they think is reasonable. And so anyway, when we're looking at making these reductions, like I said, it's just something that stood out, and it, without the explanation and understanding or more data, it just kind of, swings of 60, 80, 100,000 when we're making cuts can make a difference. And so yeah, maybe just look at Q7 through that line item, and, what their spending is or whatever, and then that should give the team an idea, I would think, of like, is this a line item they're actually spending down consistently? And here's the average of what it is, and here's the cost. And so it's reasonable to be, anticipating, or like in the last 2 quarters, they've averaged 18 or whatever uninsured folks. And so therefore that makes sense as to why they would be requesting that moving forward. And so you should be able to pick that up, in it pretty easily. So just my thought.
Yeah, sure. How about this? We can get you that information for sure, but it's going to take a minute, and I value your time. So would it be all right if we keep moving forward? We'll keep going to the next courts, and then once I get the little thumbs up from the folks on the back end here saying they have that information, we can come back to Lane County. Does that work? All right. So TBD on Lane ADC. All right. Next up, we have Marion County Adult Drug Court. So in response to their feedback, they have refined their eligibility criteria to focus on high risk and high need. They clarified that the utilized structured method for monitoring and adjusting treatment and supervision dosage is according to risk and need. So they use clinical assessments, staffing reviews, those kinds of things. They also noted that they're striving to eliminate the use of jail as treatment. They have reduced their overall reliance on jail sanctions, and they've offered several team trainings on behavior response. And they clarified their commitment to tailored judicial exchanges, and they do plan to establish an advisory committee to serve all 5 Marion County treatment courts. All right. So they had average participation of 49 with a completion rate of 69%, and they were at 61% spending.
I'm sorry, Adeline, what was the participant number?
Average participation was 49, completion rate was 69%, and their spending was at 61%.
Did their math not work out on the drug testing? Because I'm looking at contractual and that was mostly.
Yeah, so both staff reduced both the UA collection and drug testing to reflect a more realistic quantity of tests. So we reduced it to 200 tests, which is a 50 average participants times 8 tests per participants, divided by 2 providers would be 200 tests per month per provider. So that is the reductions that we did there. And then that housing was reduced by 20% as there wasn't really explanation of how they were going to use that chunk of money. They didn't really give a lot of detail on the housing.
What's the reason for reduction in that in blue?
For the supplies, so there were a couple. So for planners, they were reduced to 100 units to match the participants served over the last biennium. Medical expenses were reduced by 20%, again, without an explanation as kind of to how those funds would be used. And then participant supports were also reduced to match the participants served over the last biennium. And then if there were additional ones, it was due to their prioritization sheet.
Is there an explanation on the participant supports of what that is?
I can look back into the actual narrative. I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it. I do, if I remember correctly, but again, there were 40 or 59 of them. I think they described some options of supports, but if I remember correctly, well, let's not guess. Let's just look, shall we?
Well, I'm looking at the narrative, and I'm thinking that's the GED, gas vouchers, and miscellaneous participant needs.
Yes.
Okay.
And why was participant supports reduced that much?
They were reduced to match the number of participants served over the last biennium. So with all that, do we have any recommendations for Marion County?
Just a quick question. Do we have a total for what the new recommendation is?
Yes.
The,
So that 413.
oh yeah, sorry.
No,
It was-
don't apologize.
My recording and
lot-
transcript thing just popped back up, and so it was blocking it.
Yeah, no,
So-
there's a lot of numbers going on today. If you need a repeat of a number, that makes sense to me.
So would it be fair to say, Adeline, that that if their narrative was better and their numbers matched what they were serving, then they wouldn't be cut this much?
That is correct.
They had a 61% spending right through
Let me double check here.
this quarter.
Yeah, 61%. Good
Okay.
memory.
I'm okay with this one for what it's worth for everyone else.
Is that the consensus? All right, got a head nod and a thumbs up. Then next up, we're gonna have Lake County. So Jake, I'm gonna ask you to camera off, be muted. We're gonna send you away. All right. So Lake County clarified that they use all available verified risk assessment tools. They are scheduling an SEMS training for their partners so they can better enter information into SEMS. They're going to also make sure all UA results are submitted to the coordinator so that the data can be entered into SEMS. They are clarified that they did clarify, excuse me, that while separating high and medium risk populations is difficult in a frontier county, high risk participation have increased interaction with case managers and peer support. And they did note that they have a team training session planned right here in the near future on July 31st to go over these changes. All right. So this one, as you'll notice, is predominantly filled, and the only reductions here were reduced by following their prioritization sheet. They went over their cap by a little over $3 grand. Their average participation is 12. Their completion rate is 69%, and they're at 81% spending. And I don't have any additional information for you because the only cuts were that 2 supplies, and that was following their prioritization sheet.
Now, he provided us good information because I was still struggling on the treatment side of it. I do see on the contractual, they have therapy and nurse practitioner for Matt, and Lake is a rural county, right?
Very.
Okay, so that's helpful to understand that. Thank you.
Of course. Do you all have any additional recommendations for this one? Okay. Then we will carry on. Jake, please join us again. Come back. Maybe we were too quick for him. He's back. There he is. All right, so next up, we're going to have Clatsop County's Adult Drug Court. In their response to feedback, they clarified as well the use of verified risk assessment tools. They did note that low-risk applicants are typically not admitted, but in the rare cases where they are, an individual track is implemented to keep those risk levels separate. They clarified their use of structured dosage tracking. They capture dosage data in SCMS and review it weekly at staffing, and adjustments are made collaboratively, excuse me. They clarified that use of jail is capped at 5 days, and jail is never used as a substitute for treatment. And they also noted that they're working to build community partnerships, including with local housing authorities, to secure some dedicated recovery housing units. All right. So their average participation was 16. They have a completion rate of 43%, and they are at 81%.
They asked for 451,000. Ours is.
Sandra, I'm so sorry. We actually can't take commentary from folks other than the GRC. So there will be a public comment at the end. No, you're totally fine.
What was the spending percentage?
81%.
Thank you. Oh,
Joe, I'm so sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. I just had a quick question. So, I maybe I missed it somewhere because I was looking for it again last night. Are we anticipating? I mean, 16 to 25% increase. It's great. Is there something they're thinking is going to drive that to get up to the average number more? Because when I'm looking at the treatment requests, for example, in particular, I didn't know if there was something that was justifying and kind of an anticipation because if it stays at 16, I mean, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, again, I don't have I've got a lot of information in front of me, but not the individual But I see Connie, I see you in your screen looking through. Thank you so much. We can also have our team on the back just review it and see if there's anything that notes why they might.
I don't see anything in the notes that justifies what the increase. No.
So I will go ahead and we can always come back, but I will note that we did recommend not funding the second probation deputy because of that, because we didn't think there was large enough participation numbers to justify a second position. I'm sorry, Joe, I feel like I cut you off.
No, I was trying to think of how to further, because this is one of the ones too where I was, the explanation provided on the treatment side of things was funds dedicated to CDC to provide treatment, assessment, recovery support. And I know those are billable services and they're showing them as a full. I mean, if they're anticipating going from 16 to 25, it looks like they're at 100%, I guess, is what that's looking like. So anyway, this is just another one of those that, the reporting, I don't know if I'm understanding it. I think it's probably more me than how they're reporting it, but I just had some questions around it because I couldn't distinguish between billable services and non.
So with that, I see a couple of heads nodding in there. Is there something you'd like to do with that? Go ahead, Connie.
I was just wondering, is anything through probation a billable service at all?
I wish. I wish
Okay,
they
that's
all
what
were.
I didn't think so. But...
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Again, so grateful for such a good multidisciplinary team to answer questions like that.
So I agree with Joe, like the difference between maybe Clatsop and Lane with Lake. I understand the need to get so many contract to secure the support of a healthcare provider so that you can have priority, similar as with housing, right? Like having a housing that you have places for your people to go to because of your relationship with them and making sure you can secure that. But when the narrative doesn't provide enough information, and maybe it does, maybe we need to look at the narrative, but when it doesn't, about why, if it's billable, why do we need to provide that? Unless they're uninsured, I guess, like Lane County indicated a certain number of them for a period of time. But what does this application actually say about those services? I mean, Joe just kind of read it off, but it doesn't seem like it differentiates at all.
So I'm wondering here if, because I have a feeling it kind of sounds like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're kind of coming against the same question pretty frequently here. It's like there just really wasn't enough detail in the narratives, both in this case and in the case of Lane ADC. And I think, frankly, we'll probably see this again. And so we unfortunately don't have any other information for their request and treatment. But I'm wondering if as a whole, we want to come up for what you as the GRC would recommend for funding in this category if you don't think they're serving a number. Like, for instance, do you have a number that we can scale down, participants down? Do you want to utilize the methodology that staff already used, which is if we didn't have enough information, we scaled it down by 20%. I'm wondering if there's something that we can kind of, to again, maintain that objectivity and maintain that equity across the courts, but also like recognizing that this question is starting to come up pretty frequently.
I think it makes sense to use your same methodology of 20%.
Okay. So then going back to this one, go ahead, Joe.
So sorry.
No, don't be sorry. That's literally the whole point of you all being here.
I think sometimes, I would love just to say, yeah, like cut it 80% or something, but there's kind of two sides to that coin, right? Like if there's more information that could justify what they're doing and maybe they're just not reading into the application and understanding what it looks like from narrative to budget to when we're looking at it and factoring in those things, and they're just they're not understanding on the budget side. Like if it's not on the narrative side, you need to kind of really clarify what that is. For example, Lane County, I mean, if they're saying, in the last 6 months, we've seen an increase of uninsured, people by 20%, right? And therefore we're projecting that that's going to continue and maybe even get worse in this next biennium. So we're asking for X, right? Then we would say like, okay, well, maybe that's reasonable, based on their numbers and where they're at or what they're doing. In the Clatsop County one, it's, if they're saying, hey, we've seen an increase in, 10% every month for the last 6 months of the participants we have, and we think we're going to end up with 25 within, 6 months of this biennium. And so that's why we're suggesting, that we be funded at 25 participants. Then the group could say, yes, that would, we could live with that based on the other cuts we're doing, or we'll reduce it to 90% or whatever. So it's kind of, it's a little challenging with a few of them. And I think some of it has to do with they just maybe don't, they're not reading the application and understanding the process that way, or, I don't know, or, but there's just some discrepancies when it comes to the treatment request that just, for me, it's something I've always struggled with, and I'm not a treatment provider, but I've been around enough to kind of know how some of this works. And so, so I think my recommendation, and it's just me, but would be, because I think I have at least 2 more that probably fall into this category that are separate after that, is do we have to make a decision right now about what it is, like in this moment, or can we, or is it something that like at the end of it, we can just have that conversation once we get through them all and say, okay, here's the 4 or 5 programs we've identified. Is there a single solution, right, that we can recommend and we're comfortable with based on what we've gone through all of them? Or, there's only 2 or 3 and maybe something's unique and specific. And if we just had more information, could you go back and ask before tomorrow?
So unfortunately, we don't have the time or the capacity to get any additional information. We have to go by the information that has been provided. But you absolutely could take, basically pull the ones that you're like, I don't want to make a decision on yet, and continue down, and then wait until the end of the meetings, and then to make your decision based on that. You could do that, but we can't get any more additional information based on other than what we already have. We can go look at like previous records, obviously, but we can't get information from the grantees. We just don't have the capacity for that.
Okay. Well, at least for me, it might be helpful for me to wait to the end to see if there's some consistency in a single approach, or if there is something, there's different requests, but that's just me. So thank you.
Of course. What is the consensus from the rest of the GRC? Do you want to do that? Do we want to pull? You can just, so far, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be Lane ADC and Clatsop ADC. So we can just keep a running list of those courts and we can come back to them at the end. Or do you want to, that was Joe's recommendation, and the judge's recommendation was that we continue the staff methodology and just reduce them by 20%.
I'm going to jump back in there and say Joe's a brilliant guy in regards to figuring it out towards the end. I do think that when we look at Lane County, we talked about they have some justification. And so it might be good to sit with it at the end, go through them and figure out which ones just didn't explain enough and decide if we want to cut those. And then the ones that explained it, if we think our numbers come out differently and doesn't justify an increase, then we can handle it differently. But I'm okay with waiting till the end and just highlighting the ones that we have questions about regarding treatment.
You got it. Is that the consensus? Thumbs up, head nod, something? From everyone else? Okay, sounds good. All right, then we've made a note. So far, we've noted Lane ADC and Clatsop ADC, and we'll continue to do so as needed. All right, so next up, oops, sorry, that flew through. Okay, just want to make sure we're on the right run. Next, we have Klamath County ADC. So Klamath noted that they restructured their treatment courts a year ago, and part of that was broadening referral sources. They also participated in the RANT pilot project and integrated RANT assessments as part of identifying those high-risk, high-need participants promptly. They've mandated an annual booster training to ensure ongoing adherence to best practices. They also implemented new required role-specific orientation to new team members. Counselors meet with participants to ensure that they are meeting graduation requirements, including do they have employment or are they going to school? And then finally, they'll be utilizing their lipstick as an advisory committee, just due to really struggling to find other folks. All right. So for Klamath ADC, their average participation is 42. Their completion rate is 61%, and their spending is at 65%. Now, we will note where you can see in personnel the reduction that staff recommends is reducing the deputy district attorney to 0.25 FTE, and that was to reflect their population size. So it would be a total 0.5 FTE for both their adult drug court and their mental health court. Connie, go ahead.
This is the one that I had the question about, the deputy district attorney. So they say 50%, just, I know you were saying reducing it, but 50%, but when you compare that total amount requested at 50% per time per month, and you look at the other ones, it's about half of what all the other ones are. And so I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't reduce that.
Okay.
Like I was comparing it to Josephine and Lane and Multnomah and a bunch of the other ones that have requested district attorney costs there. It seems lower than all the others.
I do know that district attorney funding, we have a district attorney on here who could probably answer this better than I can, but my understanding, they're all county funded and each county does wildly different things. And my recollection of Klamath is that they are very low. Their funding is quite low for their district attorney office.
Kelsey, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, that is correct. Each county has completely different salary structure because it's all county funded. And then it kind of goes back to like, as the elected, I'm state paid. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to include me in that. But some of them write their grants, I know this, specific to the assigned DDA. And so those salaries are going to be different. Previously in my county, our chief deputy was the assigned attorney to those courts. And so his salary was higher than, say, in some counties where they might have a deputy DA2 who would have a lower salary point. So it might fluctuate from year to year based on the assignments within the office. And I would also say that from county to county, the salaries are not commensurate whatsoever. And it probably wouldn't be a good idea to compare those for a variety of factors. So I don't know, you would think it would be pretty uniform, but it's not. So comparing them really isn't going to give you tangible data that might be helpful for that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And also, again, this is not to go one way or the other, just giving information. This was reduced based on how they put it in the spreadsheet. So they put in the monthly rate of 50%. So the spreadsheet already reduced by half. So that's why we were essentially making the rate match what they put in the narrative, essentially. But again, whatever your recommendation is what we're looking to. So what are our thoughts on this? Because my understanding here is that Connie is recommending that we fulfill their request for the deputy district attorney at 100%, at least up to their scaled cap. Is that correct, Connie? Am I?
Yes, that would, yeah.
Can you remind me what the reasoning was on the personnel cuts here? I feel like you gave us something and I got it lost.
No, that's fine. So we reduced it to reflect their population size. So we reduced it to 0.25 FTE to reflect a total of 0.5 FTE for both their adult drug court and their mental health court, just based on participant size that they were reporting.
And which courts do they combine? They combine, like, do they do it together, drug court and mental health court? And, oh, go ahead.
No, they're two separate courts, which we'll see. Their mental health court also requested funding. They share a deputy district attorney between the two.
So just to clarify, you're saying like 0.25 for adult drug court and then 0.25 for their mental health court.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So they'd still be doing 50. It's just split between the two courts.
Right. Right.
Okay.
But again, that was just staff recommendation. If your recommendation can be different than that, totally up to you.
Should we be thinking at all about like the average cost per participant for the whole grant?
I think again, it is really hard to use that average cost per participant for anything more than a little bit of a flag, especially kind of harkening back to like Joe's comment about like this was really confusing. So I would hesitate to go by cost per participant. I would hesitate on that. I will say that if you decide that you want to fully fund it, it would be funded up to 47.35% versus the full 50% due to their scaled cap, unless you wanted to make reductions elsewhere. Unless, yeah, that's
So
assuming, of course, that you want to utilize the scaled caps to keep that equity.
So Klamath, my geography is gonna be bad here, but that's rural as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I truly don't know if it's considered rural or frontier. I think rural, but if someone has alternative information, please feel free to share.
It's rural.
It's
Okay.
it's a rural community.
So it's rural, and we've established that the DAs probably get paid less out there, just based on Connie's math in regards to the other ones. And I'm just talking out loud, so sorry.
No, you're doing great.
I'm thinking that the question becomes is, do you get the partition and the support of the DA's office in regards to treatment and specialty court? And how much is that a cost to them to stand by the treatment court? When I asked about the number per participant, they're handling quite a few people. 42 is their average participant. And it doesn't seem like it's a huge ask either. In regards to their program. I don't know where they fell, like how long they've been in business and how they fell on the grading sheet in regards to their application overall.
I cannot speak to how long that they have been, but they did know in that narrative that they completely restructured last year. So I think obviously have been a treatment court, but definitely have a new structure up front. Kelsey, we'll start with you, and then Jake, I see you raising your hand, so we'll start with Kelsey.
Okay.
I would support giving as much funding to the DDA position as possible. And something else I'd like to provide us some collateral information I know about Klamath. They have really, really struggled to recruit and retain attorneys, period, not just public defenders, but also prosecutors. They didn't even have an elected DA for 2 years, and DOJ was in the office, basically filling that role on a rotation. And at one point in time, I want to say that they were actually down 70% of lawyers. So they were staffed for a significant number, and they literally had 2 deputy DAs. And I want to say their office was supposed to have 9 to 13. And so their office has had a significant challenge in that. And so I don't think that any financial requests, and I don't know this exactly, but I don't think any financial request that they make is going to be frivolous, given the fact that they have really struggled on the personnel side of things, particularly in the DA's office, not even just the deputies, but, you know, even getting an elected to put in for an appointment. And that's been a consistent problem for several years. So I just wanted to provide that additional information.
Thank you. That's helpful. Jake, go ahead.
And their total restructure is legit. Their newly appointed district attorney or elected district attorney was a defense attorney here in Lakeview, and one of their deputies is our former district attorney. So they're going through some big changes, but I know Klamath is all in on all the specialty courts because Mr. Scott, the district attorney over in Klamath, he was on board with our program as well. And Kelsey's right that they've struggled. Department of Justice was there. They're slowly trying to add back district attorneys, and it's I mean, if you want to come live in Klamath, where you're an hour from Medford, and it's a rural community, but it's a bigger rural community, so it's not a small rural community. Nevertheless, the funding, I'm not exactly sure how their office is funded currently. I know Klamath got hit pretty hard financially the last couple of years. That's all I have to add to that.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
I could be wrong, but, and I'm getting super old, but I want to say 1997.
Is when their treatment court started?
Yes. And for some reason, I'm probably wrong, Judge Rambo comes to mind from back in the day. So they've been around a long time. And I think all the updates you've heard are all the reasons why I was just kind of waiting to see what this looked like. But this is probably one of the only programs I was wanting to see how much they fulfilled, because I know this last biennium they had a lot of challenges in restructuring, and I do know for a fact that it directly impacted a variety of things, including their treatment court. And so I would anticipate their treatment court's actually going to be they're maybe not this next year, but I would assume by the second year that they're going to be closer to actually maximizing. I mean, they still have a number of people in there. And so to me, it seems like maximizing the ability to spend that money is going to be far greater in this biennium than it was last biennium. And so I'd hate to reduce the personnel costs, because not that much for what they serve. And then knowing what they went through, even the parole and probation side of things, just because it is a lot. And I don't know if anyone knows this, because as you're kind of looking through you'll see a number of community corrections positions requested this year, probably more so than you have in the past. Some are already existing, but we were funded at the absolute lowest level you could be funded to not trigger what's called opt-out, which is where counties have the ability to give back their community corrections departments to the state of Oregon. So it is $1 above triggering that, which means it's the lowest level of funding we could possibly get from the state. And so there's a lot of different impacts that are kind of happening. I think in the state, and Klamath is a county that I think has definitely been impacted significantly in this biennium, this last one, and recovering in this current one. So I would urge us to look, and it's just me, but I would, even if it is the 47% that you reference for personnel cost, or 47.5, I forget the exact number, but I would support that just because of all of those factors for Klamath.
Okay. So oh, sorry, Annie, you go ahead and then I'll summarize.
Sure. The one thing I'm fine with what people are talking about. The one thing that I'm not sure I quite understand is you mentioned that the mental health court also faced a reduction on this side. And it to me is a little hard to have this conversation on just the drug court side and not the mental health court side, because that they just seem to go hand in hand. Because if we do, say, hey, let's fully fund it here and not there, or maybe let's fully fund both by X%. Those are all numbers going to the same place, but in kind of a different manner. And so I would be, I don't know if we could compare those or kind of talk about those at the same time or what that would look like, but I would be inclined to maybe leave this one for when we talk about that court, so we can make sure we're making kind of a balanced and understood adjustment to the position with both of their courts and their funding requests in mind.
Okay. So you bring up a really great point. So we have to be really careful that we are making these recommendations for each individual court, not for the county as a whole. So we have one of two things that we can do. So we can either, well, hang on, let me back up. First, I want to be clear. So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are recommending we fulfill the personnel up to their scaled cap. So it comes out to 47.5%. That's yes? Okay, I'm seeing some head nods. So what we can either do is we can do that recommendation now, take note, and then we can review the mental health court when we get to it. Or we can put this Klamath ADC in the pile of we're going to come back to at the very end, and then review it at the very end. So kind of two options there.
So I get what Annie's saying,
Mhm.
but I would also say just on its face in regards to the drug court, it is based on our conversation, it is deserving of it being at 47%. And then we can look at the mental health court and make a determination if it needs, based on their application. And our discussion we've had here, if we keep them the same or we move them up as well.
I saw some head nods. Does anyone object to that? Okay.
I'll say, yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure we were considering, but your comment about considering them all individually also makes a lot of sense. So I just want to make sure we're covering everything, and I think we've addressed my concerns there.
Okay, perfect. So just to summarize, the recommendation is to fully fund them at their scaled cap of that $219,518.78, increasing that cut to personnel. Okay, perfect. Hey, I think this was your first GRC recommendation, right? Like officially? It's exciting. Good work. All right. Next up, we have Multnomah Start Court. Now, I will leave this just kind of up there for a little bit. They didn't respond to any feedback in their narrative section. So we just have the feedback you all provided. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So if I recall, I mean, I know courts aren't required to respond. This is larger than some other ones in terms of the feedback we provided. And if I recall in this one, that there was some very specific things like, for example, frequency of hearings and staff meetings and increased attendance of staffing in court hearings, which is fairly significant and important standard that needs to be adhered to. And so, especially if we're looking at all of the funding that's going in to the personnel to meet those standards that already existed. So I guess maybe it's just a comment. It's a little disappointing when we're looking at programs and we're having a conversation like Klamath that's struggling as bad as they are and have so few little resources, and and we're trying to increase our resources by 30,000 or something, and we have a program that has over $700,000 in existing personnel cost, and we're having conversations about attending hearings, staffings, and that it's kind of disappointing.
Thanks for the feedback.
I am ready to go to the next slide if so.
All right. So they have an average participation of 105. Their completion rate is 52%, and their spending is at 58%. Now, if I may, I'm going to suggest that we go to the next slide real quick so I can go over the reductions that we recommended, and then we'll come back. Is that all right with everyone? This one's just a lot of things look the same. So for me, it's easier to see them listed. So we recommended that both legal assistant positions would be cut, as they weren't explained as how they would contribute directly to the program operations or directly assisting participants. In contractual services, their peer mentor services and for both participant supports and mileage were also fully cut, and that was due, well, kind of in due to two things. One, there wasn't a ton of description, and so staff felt like just on their face, they felt very duplicative of other services that we did recommend funding. Also, specifically for the mileage that is not connected to training and travel is not unallowable. So we wouldn't be able to fund that one just based on grant rules. And then any other cuts that you see, those were done based on their prioritization sheet. So I'm going to go back to this main one, but thank you for indulging me and letting me see that list.
And so could you please repeat, so how much of their funding did they spend last time?
So their spending was at 58% at the end of Q7.
So remind us the math. What does that mean in regards to their cap?
So that means that they were capped at, let me go back real quick to the list for you so you can see it, and also to verify that I'm not making stuff up. Bear with me. So they would be in that just kind of middle road of that 90% of their scaled cap. Bear with me as I find them again.
So while you're finding them, just to make sure I'm understanding this correct. So are the reductions to take out the legal assistance part of what gets them to the 90%, or do you take those out and then cut it by 90%?
So we scaled them to their cap first, And then we made our line item reductions. And that, if I'm being completely honest, was just kind of a check to make sure that if we do it this way in the next biennium, we don't have folks completely ignoring those caps just to get us to scale down to the scaled cap, if that makes sense. So we just wanted to keep it really clear. So we scaled them down to that 90%, and then we made line item reductions, which in this case, the recommendation is cutting both those legal assistant positions.
Okay, perfect. That helps. Thank you.
So, but if you do the math, wouldn't I times the 1,228,000 by 90%? And that comes up with the 1,105,000. Even, yeah, I'm not good at math, so somebody has to help me.
Okay. Interesting. So you're correct. So my guess is this is why we do this review. That is not how it should have been. So we should have funded them to their scaled cap and then done that. So we need to go back and give you some different numbers on this one. Go ahead, Connie.
I was just wondering if we could also take a look at the contractual cuts, where those cuts were.
Sure, absolutely. So first off, my apologies. Secondly, how would it be the most helpful? Should we go through and have our conversations now and kind of figure out your recommendations with the acknowledgement that these numbers are going to look slightly different? Or would you like us to update the numbers and then come back to this one and you can have that discussion? What would be more helpful?
I think updating the numbers so that we know where it's at is helpful.
Okay. Then Connie, is it all right if we come back to your question when we come back to them? Okay. And my guess is,
Yes.
because we'll have to do some slide renovation, we'll come back to this one after lunch is my premonition that we're having. All right. My apologies. Let's see how we're doing at step court. All right, so this one is similar in the sense that they didn't provide any narrative explanation to your feedback, at least in that open narrative that wasn't in this budget descriptions. Go ahead, Jake.
That's pretty disappointing. Were there other courts, other counties that did not respond?
You know what? I'm gonna full disclosure. I do not remember. There were a couple, but I don't remember who they were. But the vast majority had some sort of response.
Something's always better than nothing, but when you get nothing, I guess that is a response. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, are we ready to move to their budget? Perfect. Maybe. Let's see. My computer's giving up. All right. Here we go. So they had an average participation of 53, a completion rate of 73%, and their spending was at 48%.
Did you say 48% current spending?
Yes, through Q7.
Do we have details on where is that across the board, or is that, do you have more information about where they were not spending their funds?
I can give it to you. That 48% is a total spend for the entire, I don't have it broken down by line item or by category. But if you wanted that information, that is information we could get you.
I see on this one, they also have the legal assistant and alternate legal assistant. Is that the cut in the personnel that was recommended?
That, as well as their defense attorney, which we recommended reducing to 0.75 FTE due to the lack of description of hours that were spent on start-related activities or step-related duties. My apologies. And then, yes, the legal assistant. And then the contractual services were both reduced by 20% per our recommendation, just due to a lack of description for their breakdown or how they were going to use their funds. And it should be noted that this treatment services in particular was one that, while we are fine with some of those funds going that way, they did specifically mention alumni events, which again is not an allowable use of funds. Yeah, Kelsey.
I couldn't find it in the materials, so I don't know if it's an issue this year, but I remember last year I had a problem with this court that there were several participants that were not receiving any treatment. Does that ring a bell to you?
You know, I'm going to be really honest with you, Kelsey. We did this particular exercise my second week of work at the CJC, and I was incredibly overwhelmed. So I personally don't remember that. However, I did get a note that while that may have happened, we don't have that information for this year.
Okay. I was trying to see if there was any indication of that, but that was something that really bothered me in terms of calling it a treatment court and then have some people that weren't even required to do treatment, but I couldn't find something to compare that to for this year.
No, so we don't have that information. And to be really clear, like, we did make sure they do meet eligibility requirements for the treatment court grant. Rachel, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have OJD has dashboards for internal use, and we have the ability to kind of slice and dice the number of the percent of participants and their kind of risk and need level. That this is dependent on how much of the information is actually entered, of course. But they, based on what I can see, kind of a cursory glance here, they've got over 90% are high risk, high need. So I believe they should be receiving services based on your comment, Kelsey.
Joe, go ahead.
But I guess still for clarification though, I do recall that as well, that they weren't receiving treatment. And I don't know, I mean, I don't recall getting an answer for that at all. And so while the program itself may meet eligibility, because the majority of all the people are meeting service, no billable services or grant funds should be going to somebody, I'm assuming, if they're not part of actually participating in treatment. It's a treatment court, right? So so it seemed like that's something we probably, I mean, it's probably larger, I guess, than this committee, but it is something that probably, I mean, I think should be clarified for all programs, not just them, but in theory, we shouldn't be keeping people in programs if they're not involved in services that are consistent with the standards.
Right. To be really clear, though, they are getting treatment. So folks in this court are receiving treatment. And
okay.
So I'm just trying to read through the concerns I have about reducing the defense and legal assistant funding are that those are, I think those are existing positions. So I think this would be a reduction in the program for their appearance, or this would be a significant change in the staffing.
If they are existing, they were not funded by us previously.
Oh, interesting. Okay, because I see on their drop, I was just looking at their thing and it said existing, so I thought that meant.
I have no doubt that they have legal assistance and
Yeah.
alternative legal assistance, but they weren't funded through the CJC grant last time.
Got it. Okay, so that position. Okay, that is it. That was a little. That was not clear on that sheet. So thank you.
And this goes to my bias again, just I guess from my own program where we don't really have positions that are funded. It's more just buy-in. So I don't know, when I look at large programs like this and they have positions that are funded, where smaller communities just have more volunteer and buy-in in different programs, I wonder about the equity.
The other thing, I guess, in thinking about Multnomah County, I think it's a very interesting question in terms of the unrepresented population's buy-in to these courts and kind of prioritization, because if they can get funding for these positions here, there's potential, there's a lot of pressure, I think, to how you fund these positions. And having alternative funding sources for places that have quite a limited resource of attorneys available and 1,000 unrepresented persons, I do think is a worthy consideration. That being so, and I do know that legal assistants do a ton of the work. I'm sure we're all of us who've been in court are aware of how much those legal assistants do in terms of making sure people get to court and kind of have things in order. But I'm also cognizant that these are positions that were not funded before. So this would be a brand new ask. And so that I do think provides some balance. I just do worry that if these positions aren't funded, what that would do to the court and how much I wish we knew that they had provided more narrative so that we understood a little bit more why these requests were coming in and how important they might be for being able to continue this court.
Sure. And I think to your point, I would just like to acknowledge, there was pretty clear instructions on what that narrative portion was for. And specifically what we wanted to know in that section was how much of those positions would be utilized by treatment courts. So what we don't know is, even if those legal assistants are funded, there was no breakdown of how much time they're giving to treatment courts. Go ahead, Jake.
Well, it's pretty clear Multnomah County has been pretty short on a lot of responses and a lot of fill in the blanks. So, yeah, I just wanted to echo what you said, Adeline, that we don't know the percentage that the assistants are working. And the defense attorney, I get there's generally a cost for defense attorneys. Our court here, for our defense attorney, he contracted with whatever it is, Oregon Public Defenders Service, OPD. So he gets a little kickback through OPD, not through our court. We don't fund him. At first, he was just all volunteer because they were his clients in the program. But now he gets a stipend or paid for 4 to 6 hours a month for our treatment court program. So I'm not familiar with the defense attorney being paid to be part of a program, but I get your comment about the shortage of defense attorneys. So trying to get someone to buy in and be part of the program on a regular basis and get paid, I totally get.
Go ahead, Joe.
Just more of a general comment that I would. I know there's a lot that's mentioned statewide around underrepresented folks, and as someone who firmly believes in the Constitution, that should never happen, ever, period. But I do think one of the things that gets missed, especially with some of the narrative and articles that get published about it and focused on 2 primary counties that are the top 2 drivers in underrepresented folks in our communities, that if you actually looked at some of those numbers per capita, they're actually having a greater impact on other areas in the state. Out of the top 7 of those counties that have the most underrepresented people, 4 of them are from Southern Oregon. My county is one of them. If you took the same population per capita that Washington County has, for example, they only had, I think last month, 724 underrepresented people, which is 724 too many. We had 293, I think, or 297. So if you times that by 6, we'd have 1,800. And so we would have more than Multnomah County. So the impact that it's having on a community like mine is far greater, in my opinion, than it is in some of these other areas. And again, I'm a firm believer that everyone should have an attorney immediately and be represented. But I think in terms of equity, it's part of the conversation that gets missed. And it's unfortunate. And so as we're going through these requests, I think that's a little bit of why you might sense from some of us a response in terms of why everything is being requested to be funded at every single level. And then some of us are communities that we have to pull together and have a history of pulling together just to make things work. And so our requests might not be as large as some other communities. And so when you do hear us question some of these things, it's not that we're bitter or upset in any way in that regard. It's just we know what it takes for us on our local level to pull these things together and make it work in a community. And so, and we just don't ask for every single little thing possible. So I just wanted to give some context to that. So hopefully at least you understand where I'm coming from sometimes in this conversation. So.
And I will say, because I do work at OPDC, so I am familiar on the funding portion. OPDC does fund the defense attorneys to provide services. However, there are, as we know from what everyone's just saying, there are not enough attorneys and there's not enough funding to fund sufficient attorneys for all, both to find the bodies and to provide the funding. And we saw in some of the other narratives, I think Union, for example, and others, that the lack of defense attorneys was also impacting the getting people into some of these courts. And so, I think but I think that's why there are those we see some of these potential requests, and why it's really unfortunate we don't have that narrative explanation to better understand how they're being pressured or what the pressures are in terms of county, of how things will be funded, or where those positions will go, if they go to a treatment court or they go to representing other persons. And so, I think my inclination is not necessarily to drastically change this recommendation from CJC, though I would either want to slightly adjust or increase the legal assistant funding, because I find that those positions often are some of the most important. And I noticed in their prioritization, they did seem to very much want these positions, but I also, understand, and with the lack of narrative, it is very hard. We're making these decisions based on a lot of outside information, which is also not very fair to a lot of other counties.
I think, thank you. I would encourage you all, again, we are here to take your recommendations to the commission, but I really would encourage us to really kind of focus on knowing full well, right? Knowing everything that you just said about the shortage of these positions, knowing full well, quite frankly, that a lot of budgets across the state are really tight this year, really honing in on the narratives and the opportunities that these courts took to tell us what they needed, because that is something that they all had the same opportunity to do. So that would just be my recommendation to you all, is really kind of hone in on that, because to your point, Annie, you do have some additional information that we wouldn't necessarily have for all counties. Jake, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add that we could go deep in into the weeds and try and assume why we need the money that we need. There's always the opportunity for counties, courts specifically, to articulate and justify what those needs are, and Multnomah County didn't. Not to say those positions aren't important and aren't needed. I get that. But when we have an opportunity to respond and we don't, we have an opportunity to articulate and justify from the beginning and we don't, that's problematic. And it leaves us to try and interpret, assume, and make some assumptions. And we're not set up for that. We're set up to take the information we have that's presented to us and fund that.
I also do want to just do a couple of reminders here. So one is that the budget adjustment process will be the same in the coming biennium that it was for the 23-25 biennium. So what that means is down the road, say in a year, a court says, oh my goodness, we're having to spend so much more on treatment dollars, but we're not spending it in supplies. We would like to transfer these funds. There is a process to do that. There also is a process to, depending on the amounts, I won't get into the minutia of it. Some of it can be approved by staff. Some of it has to go to the commission. So we have, I say we collectively, the CJC really has tried to make these funds have some flexibility for as things change. So I just think that is kind of important to remember as you're making these decisions. And if there is a change in a treatment or in a category, excuse me. So say they realize halfway through they really need to make a case for a position that wasn't funded. They do have the opportunity to go in front. Well, they make the request to us and we go in front of the commission and present that request to the commission. So know that this, well, it is obviously the foundation. There are other methods going down the line because as you all have stated, over the last couple of years, a lot of things have changed in Oregon. So we want to I think it's important to just note that process is still there. So lots of discussion on this one. I will do my best. I don't know what's happening to my computer. There we go. Do my best to bring it back to here. What are your recommendations for this court, or are you ready to make a recommendation?
I'd recommend just following the CJC or what you guys came up with, but maybe add a admonishment that a narrative is incredibly helpful tool for this committee. But that's where I'm at.
Adeline, my math is still bad. So if I'm looking at the initial cap and the sealed cap, we're only 9,000 less on the reductions.
Yes, I was gonna see if we could get through this one first, but we'll address it. So it's the same for both Star Court and Step Court. So what happened on the staff recommendation side is we made recommendations on cuts, went about on our way. And then by the end of it, we had cut more than we needed to. In fact, it was a pretty significant amount. So what we had to do then is go back and give essentially uncut, if you will. So both Multnomah Step Court and Multnomah Start Court are examples of that. So there will be a couple other courts too, but we brought them, essentially we made cuts and then we brought them back up to the scale cap when we refunded some of those. Does that make sense? It's kind of messy.
No, it doesn't seem fair. I mean, it doesn't seem fair to go to so I was looking at the 48%. So that's all they've spent. And so then if you do your sealed cap and you look at that, that's because of where they're at. And then you need to go into the narrative and look at the budget and say, okay, do these make sense? It's almost like we didn't cut anything because other than $9,000, because all the other courts, won't they be capped? They'll start with a sealed cap and then you'll look and see what things need to be reduced beyond that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like we didn't do that with Multnomah.
We did. How about this? I think that if you guys are comfortable with it, here's my suggestion. Maybe we do a lunch break a little bit early, unless people have noon meetings. And let us go back, because I think I am not explaining it to the best, and I think it will be easier to explain it when you can see it, if that makes sense. So I think if you're comfortable, let's do a little bit of an early break. Does anyone have a noon meeting from our GRC? Okay, then can we plan, we'll adjust the agenda a little bit. Let's plan on taking a break, and then we'll come back at noon, or sorry, not noon, 1 o'clock is what I'm trying to say. And then we'll have the updated slides for both Start Court and Step Court. And I think it'll make this a little bit easier to understand. Would that be all right? I'm not trying to put you off. I just think that it will help me explain it better. Okay.
Just quick question before we break.
Sure.
Are we still into doing some provisional funding for year one and revisiting it if certain criteria is met? And the reason I ask is if we're at looking at quarter 7, and we spent 48% of our funding, and we're asking for $1 million, that could interpret to about 500,000 not being used. And no, unless there's been a plan on how to spend their money in the next 2 quarters. I was just wondering if we still have the ability for provisional, or is this all or nothing?
I am a little bit unsure if we're able to do provisional funding, but I will do a big reveal on a change that's coming in 25-27, which may help answer your question. So as of now, there really isn't any kind of guardrails around spending. You just kind of spend as you can, then at the end you return funds. But what we'll be doing for the 25-27 biennium is at Q7, if you have spent less than 60% of your total funds, you will not have your final distribution released until you get to that 60% mark. So we'll hold that final disbursement. So I do think that kind of speaks, Jake, a little bit to what you're getting to, but doesn't speak to, I guess, the provisional or not. So if you're all right with it, what I will do is during the lunch break, I will go to the powers that be and find out where we stand on provisional funding.
Thank you.
All right. Does that work for everyone? We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Please do come back. I know it's a lot, but we literally can't do it without you. All right. Everyone have a great lunch, and we will see you shortly.
Thank you.